Hello, this is a completely impromptu stream I'm doing. We're approaching the end of Elden Ring, including the DLC. And so I want to use this stream to really do some like housekeeping tasks and wrap up a lot of the unfinished stuff and make progress into some of the less interesting areas, so that the stream after that and possibly the next two streams after this will we'll go a little bit more smoothly. Right now, I'm actually back in Mogwin Palace because, in addition to being great against NPC fights, this Sacred Relic Sword also has another really good benefit, which is you can quickly gain a lot of runes this way. But yeah, like I said, my goal here is to take care of a bunch of like what I call housekeeping tasks, so that the streams after this will go much more smoothly. There's a legendary sword I'm going to get. This is what I'm going to consider a full platinum run, so I'm getting everything. That's cool. And there are enemies like in these little side pockets here, but you can just ignore them. Don't go looking for them and you won't run into them. Wow, these jellyfish are pretty tanky. And these are red jellyfish, so they're hostile. So, yeah, you don't have to aggro them. They're just already aggroed. And this is one of the legendary armaments, the Golden Order Greatsword. So, functions in lanes between society in a similar way as the Dark Moon Greatsword, being a betrothal gift. Where's the exit? Ah. And yeah, I have no idea how a dragon ended up in this cave. This is where I want to go. All right, and this little statue lets you sort of gives you a hint as far as how to unlock the seal. So what I'm gonna do is summon. I don't usually summon spirit ashes, but that's one way you can solve this is by getting the spirit ashes to fight one of these other imps, specifically the fanged imp ashes. And they just have to do some damage. After that, you can finish it off. That was easy. So I believe I got all the legendary armaments currently. That Golden Order Greatsword was the last. If you're a sorcerer character, this will be very helpful. So next there's one more legendary talisman, and this is actually one that I might actually use. So we have to sort of come from the Forbidden Lands and backtrack a bit. For some reason, these soldiers are still at their stations. Lanedale is burned down, but they still haven't left. I can actually get another level. I've been pushing strength now. Uh, Still probably gonna level up faith some more. Getting to this area from Langdale itself wouldn't have been possible, so backtracking is how you have to do this. And there's actually 3 of these ulcerated tree spirits, as far as I know here. So, yeah, I just like to hang out on the edge and avoid fighting them. I've fought plenty of ulcerated tree spirits in this game, but I don't want to deal with 3 of them. And there it is. That's the last legendary talisman. Erdtree's Favor +2. Ah, okay. No sign of Grace here anymore. Okay, he's just gonna run away. I'm really after this stone here, but as soon as I drop down, he's gonna rush me. I have too many runes studied to level up. Okay, he's just gonna keep going out of range, I guess. Oh, that's fine. Okay. And I have a suspicion. I'm missing a memory stone. I have a suspicion where it might be. I don't know if I've actually ever, in this playthrough, defeated that demi-human Queen Maggie. If not, then that's where the missing memory stone is. Let's see. Yep. There. All right, that should be all the memory stones. This place is why it pays to be thorough in checking everywhere in this world. Because it seems like this is just empty desert. But if you come all the way up here to the northeast corner and look carefully, there's a catacomb here. And these guys are just continuously fighting. I just avoid them. Wow, okay. Yeah, these guys are tough. There are some spirit ashes for the red main soldier ashes in that room with a clean rot knight there. I'm not concerned about that. This is what I'm here for. Okay. And that's one of the legendary spirit ashes. And by the way, for Oga, if you use him correctly, and there's a certain way to do this, but he's actually capable of soloing Melania. It's kind of a cheese strategy though, so make it that way you will. I believe there's only one more legendary spirit ash, and that's going to be here. Oh, we can get a pretty decent weapon here too for faith builds. Oh, I was out of FP, but it worked out. I forget what's behind this door, but I just remember it's not that important. Okay, this is a catacomb with an interesting little gimmick. So these shadow form enemies can't be harmed until they step into light. And this is the trap. Thank you, Lavender. Alright, so to unlock the door to the boss, I have to get rid of this guy. Which means luring him back to the last spotlight. Come on. I hate when that AI does this. He stops following me here. Alright, come on. I'm over here. This is annoying. I need you to follow me. Follow me, you idiot. Come on. Let's go. There.
Oh, wow. That totally wrecked him. All right, so that does it for the legendary Spirit Ashes. And now there's only one more legendary spell to grab. And that is going to be, I think, around here. And so even though, so this is basically a platinum run for the base game, and even though the DLC doesn't have trophies, I'm sort of treating it as if it does. So obtaining what would be the trophies if it had them, if that makes sense. Like there's legendary weapons and ashes and stuff in the DLC. Even though you don't get a trophy for them. And of course, also, I'm taking out all the remembrance bosses. Oh no. Went too far. Okay, here's where we want to go. And I'm over an invisible bridge. It's not entirely a straight shot. Things do get a little bit tricky here. Basically, this little foggy whatever that's appearing on the floor, you need to look for that. And at some point, it's supposed to start going upwards to the left. But I'm not seeing any. So what we can do then is, can I craft rainbow stones? Okay. Okay, well that doesn't help me that much. Okay, so I'm near the edge. I'm looking for where the stairs go up and to the left. And I'm not seeing it. Normally there's supposed to be like a little, like, fog that appears, but it's just not appearing here. Could be because the earth tree's burning and maybe that interferes with the visual effects. But either way, I'm just not seeing it. Okay. Oh, there we go. Now it appears, but I okay. Okay. I don't know what the trigger was for that to appear. Maybe it's just RNG. I wasn't seeing it before. All right, now I gotta be careful and look. Or forget being careful. Maybe I'll just try it. Okay, I think I see something now. Nice. Really? That didn't hit. Okay, I knew I heard something. And here's the actual entrance. Now it's unsealed. Right. Founding Rain of Stars. That's the last legendary spell. And let's see, is there anything left to do in the base game? I mean, there's obviously a lot to do because it's not like I'm exploring every single dungeon and all that, but as far as I know, not really. So back to the DLC. I'm gonna go talk to more.
Welcome. Oh, I know. Give this to Tiolier. He asked me to find it. I finally found it.
And actually, now I think about it, there is one more dungeon in the base game that I would like to complete just because it's interesting. And that's really my motive here, is do interesting stuff in the game.
So, oh, what's this? I have to say, Sir Moore has an awfully sharp eye, doesn't he? It's wonderful. This ebony, as lustrous as the night sky, and I don't think I could ever thank him enough. I'll have to think of something. Ah, forgive me. You two deserve your share of the reward. I'll mix up something special. If you find yourself weary of the weight of this life, then just give me the word. Sleep is a balm. An eternal sleep is an elixir.
Eternal sleep is death. For some reason, he is immune to eternal sleep.
Is that so?
He wants to experience it, though.
This concoction concocts even the oldest of dragons to sleep. For you, it will grant the sweetest slumber for all eternity. So,
Okay, so other interesting dungeon I was talking about is the Divine Tower of Kaled, which works a little bit differently than other Divine Towers in that not only can you go up it, but you can also go down into the basement. And there's stone sword keys I can grab, but I'm at the point now where stone sword keys are only really useful in the base game, and I have more than enough, so I'm not really going to go hunting for them. Actually, don't need torrent for this. And there we go. If you go up the stairs here, you get to the top of the Divine Tower, and you can unlock Radahn's Great Rune. But if you go down, this is where the dungeon is. Don't know why you're looking over there. And this is one of those examples of fall damage in Elden Ring making no sense at all. Because if I jump on here, no damage. This is always kind of tricky. And that ladder actually takes you to a shortcut back to the earlier part. Oh, I forgot how tough these guys are. And my fire weapon is probably not the best for them, since they're black flame monks. Yeah, I don't know how you're like what the logical explanation for not taking fall damage from that is. Meanwhile, much shorter falls are fatal. Let's see, how much do I need? About 11,000 more runes. I'll use this. And it looks like I probably do want to push mind a little bit more. Okay. Wow, okay. Uh, really? And every time you try to take a sip of your flask, that prompts him to throw a fireball at you. That's fine. Easy. God Slayer's Great Sword. This is interesting. Let's see. It scales with okay. Well, strength, dex, and faith. I would assume there's going to be probably more of a faith component. Sacred Sword of the Glowmite Queen who controlled the Godskin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. So, I haven't talked much about the Glowmite Queen just because all we really have to go on is speculation, and I don't like to do that. There's a lot of speculation that the Glowmite Queen is Melina. I don't believe that's possible, and the reason I don't believe it's possible is because we know that the Glowmite Queen was active before the Age of the Earth Tree, and Melina, so that would put her before Melina's time. I think there's some connection between Melina and the Glowmite Queen for sure, because in the one of the endings, she opens her sealed eye, and there's like a dark purple color eye that she has there. So I mean, you could say, okay, Gloam Eye, so she must be the Glowmite Queen, but no, the timeline just doesn't add up. And I don't want to ignore inconvenient details, because I want to try to force it to fit a narrative, you know. So yeah, I think she's connected in some ways to the Glowmite Queen. I just don't think she is the Glowmite Queen. The Glowmite Queen is basically the like the god of the Godskin apostles. But yeah. All right, let's go ahead and do Castle Insis. Oh, okay. No horse here. Did I already get that? Yeah, I think I already got that Shadow Tree fragment there. And can I... Okay, I can equip my Beast Repellent Torch now. Yeah. No need to fight him. All right, and there's a really versatile weapon up here. Milady. So when Elden Ring 2 when Elden Ring comes out for the Switch 2, it's called the Tarnished Edition, and new content from the Tarnished Edition is also going to be made available to other platforms retroactively. And among the new content is 2 new classes. One of the 2 new classes, the starting classes, is actually going to start out with Milady. So if you choose that class, you can potentially get 2 in one playthrough. And interestingly, the flag of Castle Incis, it's connected to the Carians, but it has Mesmer's seal because R'hllana, sister of Renala, is an ally of Mesmer. And when it comes to R'hllana, she does magic damage. There's actually a talisman I can grab that'll help me out a little bit more with her. Yep, more abandoning flesh. Like, how much flesh do you really have to abandon, really? All right, real quick, let me get that talisman. It's gonna be down here. This is the best magic resistance you can get. So R'hllana does physical, magic, and fire damage. But of the 3, fire damage is the one you have to worry about least. So I'm not going to be too concerned with that. And I want the beast repellent torch equipped because of these dogs. Okay, now this opens up a shortcut back to this side of Grace. So much for being repelled. I think that's the scripted ambush, which is why the beast repellent torch didn't work. I keep forgetting to equip an actual ranged attack spell. Alright, and this guy can skip by going through this door. I'm gonna invite him. Because I have a sword that makes NPC fights easy. Literally just mind off L2 spam. Just gotta watch your stamina and FP and that's it. Oh, America, I beg, embrace your child and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on? The holy war he's referring to is Mesmer's crusade against the Hornsent. Oh, they're using Ghost Flame here. Yep, knew that was coming. Okay. He's like, yeah, I can't get to him. I mean, there is way up to him, I just don't really care to. Yeah, I'll leave that guy alone. Because I have a bigger enemy to worry about. Not this guy. Ah, I still have my Wondrous Physic active. No healing. Okay. 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 I'll heal too then. Wow. Okay, that was almost pretty bad. And let's see, I can go ahead and equip this house one now. Okay. Don't really have enough to level up. And there's more you can explore in this castle if you jump down here and just follow along. There's other items you can grab. Nothing of much concern to me. I'm just showing that there's other paths you can take here. And if you go too far north, she'll disappear. But she's here now, so I'll summon Letta. This is a boss where having someone take the aggro off of you is really, really helpful. All right, let's see. Alaska's Wondrous Physic. Golden Vow. Flame grant me strength. And let's go. Yeah, not doing much damage to her. Especially, you know, her being in water kind of reduces my fire damage a little bit, but that's okay. If I weren't concerned about the magic damage, I'll replace that Spell Drake Talisman with Talisman of the Dread. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm not going to be able to get the stagger, but that's fine. There, now in phase 2, she has more magic attacks and plus fire attacks. But her range attacks are pretty easy to dodge, actually. It's her close-up ones that you have to worry about. And really, this is an attack. This is a fight where spam rolling her melee range, her melee attacks, is actually a pretty decent strategy. So yeah, when she starts charging at you and spinning, just spam dodge. All right. That was the Wish.com version of Renala. Oh, I meant to level up. Alright, a little bit more mind would help. Alright, now I don't have to worry about progressing too far just yet. I'm in Shadow Altus, getting closer to Shadow Keep. Except this time Shadow Keep is spelled with real English, not this weird old English stuff. I abandon here my heart, okay? That sounds reasonable.
From places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless it have all come to blows at first glance.
Oh yeah.
Were it not for the charm kindly Mikula put upon us, this is what allows us to serve together. The work of a living god.
So we have a horn set. She's a needle knight in the service of Mikula. We have a former servant of Radon, a former servant of Moog. Have no idea really what Moore's backstory is, just that he's sort of associated with the Kindred of Rot. And then Dryleaf Dane, who's like also a Mikula simp.
Wondering about the horn scent, are you? True enough. In any other circumstance, it'd be at our throats. Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Messmer to purge the Tower folk. A cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the horn scent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest. And in this regard, the Tower folk are no different. They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame.
She said they were never saints. They just happened to be in the losing side of a war. Interesting perspective that can be applied to so many scenarios.
You have the knack for timing, my fellow. I found the site of a new cross. Take this. Mikola has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says the act, though undoubtedly painful, will sear clean the Earth Three's wanton sin. The truth of his claim can be found at each cross. It is evidence enough to earn my belief. Go to the misshapen tree in that forsaken place. Blood must spill. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra.
Tree of Umbra. Okay, I think Umbra means shadow. So he's just using weird language to say the shadow tree. Because he has to talk that way for some reason. I'm thinking about going through that belfry with that imbued sword key I got, but no need. These belfries they give you previews of places you're going to be going to anyway. In this case, it's the ancient Rao ruins, and we'll be there anyway eventually. I'm being sure to grab these Ember of Mesmers here, because they're a crafting material that you can use for a consumable item that you need for some of the furnace columns. And there should be, yeah, Shadow Tree fragment here. All right. More abandoning flesh, okay. And this guy is Dryleaf Dane. He's a martial arts guy, and he will not talk at all. So you have to use this gesture that you just learned. May the best one win. Yeah, yeah, may the best win. And then he'll fight you. And you're going to want to do this before you progress too far, because he eventually does become an actual enemy of you for real. Not that he's much of an enemy. I mean, this pretty much trivializes the fight. Bye. All right, and what he just left for us is a hand-to-hand weapon. This is different from fist weapons. This is more martial arts style. And it would help if I grab the map fragment here.
Thou shalt not evade the flame of Mesmer.
This guy again. Okay, I guess he was behind cover. Oh. Oh well. Wow, okay, he rolled right through my attack. Alright, I need to heal. How did you not get hit? There.
How could this be? Forsake me not. Oh, grace.
So Queeline is like a zealot in service of Mesmer. Yeah, he's like that. This is one of the kindred of, well, they're not called kindred of rot here. They're called the Forager Brood, and where there's one of them around here that's a little bit different. Yeah, here we go. He's sick. So what you can do is use a warming stone. And then if you quit out and reload, he'll be all better. I guess it's a weakness of the game engine where things just can't progress unless you quit out or you fast travel or rest at a site of grace. Okay. And if you kill this Forager Brood here, you'll be invaded by more. And actually, killing more is could be potentially a good thing to do because more later becomes your enemy in a group fight. So it's best to kill him early, or there's another way to deal with him as well. I'll be using the alternate way. But either way, he ends up dead. No matter what. Okay, there's a Shadow Tree fragment around here. Yeah, here we go. Right by this guy. Alright, don't stomp, please. I said don't stomp. And we're approaching Shadow Keep. And something interesting is going to happen when we get close here. That. Mikla's spell has been broken. There's two entrances to Shadow Keep. The side entrance is better for progression, but this one allows you to fight this boss and get some more Shadow Tree fragments. So I'll do this and then progress from the side. All right, so before I go, now this charm has been broken, I'm going to want to come back here and quest lines and dialogue will start progressing now.
Oh, hello. Did you feel it? Nicola kind appears to have broken. But while my devotion to kindly Nicola remains by my trust, I am not so sure about the others. No, wait. Perhaps this is blessing in disguise. I can wield my sword to cull the undeserving, those unfit to bask in tender Nicola's presence. I should have thought of this earlier.
Yeah, she's crazy.
Right. It's time to begin ferreting out those of us who don't deserve to be at kindly Nicola's side.
So she's called Needle Knight Letta, and if you'll notice, there's no other Needle Knights ever mentioned in the game. There's Haley Tree Knights, but no Needle Knights. Needle Knights had a special purpose in service of Nicola, and the reason there's no other Needle Knights is because she killed them all, because she's so paranoid.
The Haunted. On one hand, he trusts Nicola the Kind to bring salvation to his people. With the enchantment lifted, his vengeful passions may once again ignite. But surely he'd be mindful of kindly Nicola's promise. On the other hand, the Haunted does present his own dangers. Perhaps your concerns are well founded after all. Allow me some time to mull.
Intriguing. What remains there to be said? Do you presume us allies even now? Though Nicola's spell is newly broken, I must profess, the spell mattered little. Uphold
Yeah, he's driven by revenge.
and in Godhood redeem our rueful clan. Then America and vilest Erdtree both will at last be from divinity wrenched. And surely, contented I will be. But first, clear resounds the call of vengeance. The Impaler, Mesmer, must pay his due in vengeance for the flames. My blade I wield. How could I allow myself to forget? Revenge alone assures me peace of mind. Think not to hinder me upon my path, lest you too wish to face the reckoning.
Okay. He sounds stable. Alright, and now Hornsen can help out with this fight. I have to wonder, him being out in the open like that, I think I've tried this before, but if you shoot this enemy, I don't think it does anything. I would assume not, because otherwise this will be a weird oversight on the developer's part. But you know I have to try it. Yeah, doesn't do anything. Had to try it though. All right. Oh, okay, and I can. There we go. Replace that. You want to dodge in just the last second to avoid that bite. Okay. Nice. Oh, I'm trying to get the riposte. Oh well. It wouldn't let me stab. I remember you have to have your positioning has to be just right to get the eye. I think you have to be a little bit in front of it, actually. Oh no. Come on. Only one more hit. There. So this is the main entrance to Shadow Keep. More Headless America statues. And you can progress through here, but it's probably easier to come through this entrance for progression. Plus there's more stuff to do from here. I just came this way to get those Shadow Tree fragments. But now I'm going to want to talk to Letta again and see if she's had time to think.
Ah, there you are. It took me long enough, I know. But I've made my decision. I believe it wisest to eliminate the horn scent. If he were to point his blade at Sir Mesmer or Queen Marika, perhaps it would not matter. But vengeance changes a man. And one day, his blade may turn towards Mikula the Kind. Kindly Mikula is, after all, the true golden child. Even if he discards every last drop of his being, his lineage will always remain.
Though she is wrong about the horn scent, he will stay loyal to her.
I believe the horn scent suspects what I have in mind. He never placed his full trust in me, even under the effect of kindly Mikula's spell. He must have recognized something. The scent of the killer that slept within me, the stench of crusted blood. I will follow the hunts. To have his revenge on Sir Mesmer, there is only one place he will go. The Black Keep.
Okay. So ordinarily, with all the headless statues in America, you would think, okay, it's probably the horn scent who are beheading the statues because they hate America so much. I suspect that it might actually be Mesmer who did that. And the reason is because there's headless America statues in the Shadow Keep itself. And, you know, I was talking last stream about how the map of this place doesn't really make a lot of sense, and stuff is layered on top of each other. I came into this pond, and there's a cave through here that spits me out here, and is eventually going to lead through here into this area. You wouldn't really be able to tell that just from looking at a map. So in this DLC, the map is of kind of limited value. just the amount of layering is you can't account for in this map. And I can actually level up. All right, do I want more mind or what? I'll get some more faith. I should be two-handing it. Alright. Easy. I think this one breathes fire. Oh. There we go. He's tougher than the other one. That's fine. Not tough enough. Ah, okay, I was trying to get the repost. But it's not working for me here. The uneven terrain sometimes makes that a little bit difficult. But I'll just keep knocking them over. For these golems, you want to stand still and do a charged heavy attack like that. And usually 2 of those is usually enough to knock them over. Depends on your weapon, though. It's almost daylight, but I can probably grab this larval tier before it fades. Yeah, there we go. Okay, more of the map is becoming unlocked. Really, it's just this section here that we have yet to unlock. And there's an interesting spirit ash up there. Not concerned with that chest. Divine Bird Warrior Ornis. Spirit of the Divine Bird Warrior from whom the Horned Warriors claim descent. So here we start to see associations with the Crucible. How the Crucible is associated with the Hornsent. So the Omen are reviled. Obviously, their horns are reminiscent of the Crucible, it seems that there's probably some divergent evolution where the Crucible sprout the Omen and also the Horn Scent and these guys. Ornus succeeded in taming the divine bird and made its wings his own as he soared through the sky. So he probably was not born with wings, but he took wings from a divine bird. I have no idea what a divine bird is. Oh no. For some reason I thought there was a spirit spring there. Oh well, it's only 156,000 runes. And that seriously isn't that big of a deal, actually, at this stage. I'm gonna proceed northwest, but for now, there's some stuff I can grab in Templetown. By the way, that pot carrying shadow didn't have an item. It's only the ones that are sparkling that you really want to actually get. Now, there's a hole in the wall somewhere here. There we go. And there's the Shadow Tree fragment. And there's also a talisman I can get here. What? Okay, this guy. Alright. Enough the rock throwing. Val. I'm doing all this buffing for a regular enemy, but it's a tough enemy. Yeah, the Horned Warriors. Never want to underestimate those guys. Two-handed sword talisman. Enhances attacks with two-handed weapons. So I'm actually not clear on is what's considered a two-handed weapon. Is it any weapon that you hold with that you're holding with two hands? Like you can technically wield a dagger by holding with two hands in this game. Does that mean that it counts as a two-handed weapon? Or is there a certain class of weapons that are larger weapons that are considered two-handed weapons? It's kind of unclear. It talks about two-handed weapons as if that's an actual weapon class. But you can two-hand a dagger. You can yeah. So it's the only thing that will really not apply to are fist weapons, or like the claw. Basically anything that naturally comes in pairs. Wow. Okay. I did not see that there, but okay. Yeah, these. these red guys are really tough in this DLC. They were bad enough in the base game, but this makes them so much worse. This is an interesting Ash of War, where if an enemy is afflicted with poison or scarlet rot, of course they'll do damage over time, gradually. But if you use this Ash of War once they're afflicted with poison or scarlet rot, it'll remove that status effect, but it'll also do a whole bunch of damage to them all at once. So what you could do is like apply Scarlet Rot, use that Ash of War to do a ton of damage, apply Scarlet Rot again, now that it's not there anymore, and then repeat the process. And this is a catacomb that I'm probably not gonna actually finish. I'm really looking for one specific spell. Okay. Oh, I know what the ghost is talking about. There's these eyes and like floating eyes in this catacomb that inflict death blight. So that ghost may have actually been killed by those eyes. Just a little hint of what's coming. In fact, do I have death blight protection? That would be the vitality stat, I believe. So what do I have to raise his? Or either, I think, yeah, immunity is the thing. No, vitality. Yeah, vitality, okay. So pretty much just, there's an enhanced version of this in the Deep Root Depths called the Prince of Death Cyst. I'm not gonna go looking for it. This should be good enough protection. And can I craft? Okay. I was going to see if I could craft the boluses that will remove death blight, but I don't think I can. I don't have that cookbook. I know you can craft it, I just didn't pick up the cookbook. Yep, see, those things build up the death blight. These are worse than the imps in the base game. Especially the ones that shoot exploding fireballs. So those are the worst. Yep, knew there was gonna be an ambush. Okay. Yeah, I've learned where all the enemy ambushes are, but not which items are actually junk. Alright, so the one in there is the kind you have to worry about. With the loading things. You know what? I actually have not progressed the Jarberg quest in a while. A lot has happened. Volcano Manor is defunct now, and Alexander is dead. Okay, I do not need to be here. Oh no. Oh, okay, I forgot about that. So after this catacomb, I'll check on Jarberg. You have to keep going back to it multiple times. And there's a spirit ash I can get up there, but I don't want it. I'm in this catacomb for one purpose only, which is that a particular spell. Okay. And I don't have the Death Blight Boluses, so I'm just gonna make a run for it. And see that little open window there? That's sort of your hint that there's a secret to be found. So this game is good about, even if a secret's hard to find, giving you hints that there's something there to find. And I don't remember if that's it in there or not, but I'll check. Okay. Knight's Lightning Spear. Nice. That's what I was after. And let's see. I don't have that many runes, so I'll just use this. Time to equip some spells. Well, I'm not going to need Scarlet Aeonia or this for quite a bit. So let me equip Knight's Lightning Spear, and maybe Frozen Lightning Spear will help us with Mesmer. And what else? Bestial Sling. Yeah. And currently I can't fast travel because I haven't beaten the dungeon boss. So I just have to exit manually and then fast travel from there. Alright, Jarberg. Let's see what's going on in Jarberg. Diallo should have made it there by now. If he hasn't, then I don't know.
Uncle Alexander said my home is off the path. I suppose that's part of. So I'm actually, and I'll have to leave the. Oh, my home. I suppose.
Okay. Don't know what's up with Diallo's. Let me rest and see if he comes back. I'll just have to keep revisiting this place.
Do you know what a poacher is? They hunt us. This village is kept secret, but you should be careful if you. I hope Uncle Alexander.
Foreshadowing. He keeps talking about Uncle Alexander, but I can't tell him yet that his Uncle Alexander is dead. There we go.
I think he said his name.
Diallos is here.
He seems a little down on the dumps, but his hand.
You know, I've actually tried speaking to Diallos while wearing his brother's armor, but it doesn't evoke any reaction.
No wonder you covered in muck. Oh, I have to say you caught me around, but as you see, I put all that behind me. Left the volcano manor, forging my own path now, making my own choices. Even a fool like me can look after some simple jars. Do you pity me?
We'll see.
Well, don't. I feel like for the first time in my life, I'm on the straight and narrow. A fool I may be, do you pity me?
Yeah, if you need flowers as crafting materials, this is the perfect place for that.
I even know good so he says, and since his smooth, but I wish, but I wish we. Dialysis, but I wish.
Okay. So that might take some time to progress. Alright, so we came up here, explored, got some stuff. There's a ruined forge. I can go here. Okay. Hit them where the so it's referring to enemies here who are only vulnerable from the back. And with these ruined forges, there's 3 of them in the DLC. You don't really have to fight. You can usually just run past enemies. There's no bosses here. Although these guys can have the potential to drop a pretty good weapon. Oops, I did not mean to try to drink. So if you keep killing these guys, eventually they'll drop a fist weapon where you can actually shoot your fists out as projectiles. This guy is actually petting a lava slime. Yeah. Yep, I'm just running past these guys. Okay, you got me on the way down. And the key to all through the ruined forges is finding the lever, and it inverts the tilt of this cylinder, and that's what allows you to get to the exit. So as far as a dungeon concept goes, it's pretty simple. Alu the Golem Smith. This is actually one of the best spirit ashes you can get, especially if you level them up and all the way, and if you use where's that heal from afar to keep. He's a tanky spirit ash, so using heal from afar on him will make him even tankier and allow him to basically solo a bunch of boss fights. So yeah, obviously you can't get him until DLC, so it's pretty late game. But if you want a really good spirit ash, this is a good one to use. I don't actually need to speak to Tiolier about the charm breaking.
Are you not affected? Even with the spell broken?
I was never under a spell.
Haunted by memories of Centrina. Her visage. Her sen. The lure of velvety sleep. Would kindly Mikola chasten me for falling for Centrina, while knowing that she was the discarded half. The problem is, I simply cannot help it. I would sacrifice everything just to...
I'll explain more about what he means by discarded half later.
Just give me the...
He needs to get to the point where he's gonna leave.
I'm feeling rather lost, Centrina.
Alright, leave already. Maybe I have to actually enter the garden in order for him to leave.
I have something on my head.
Okay, there we go.
Called something that's,
Because that's how, things work is you keep talking to the same person over and over, do the same dialogue over and over, and then eventually if you rest enough times, things change. Because logic. Alright, he is gone. I'll put off that tower for now. Okay. Okay. What I'm actually looking for, though, is here. Okay, I have to come this way. Yeah, okay. That's. I don't think this is the one I'm looking for. Oh no, this is what I'm actually looking for. Well, you know what? Actually, I do get an ancient dragon smithing stone for completing this, so might as well. These things are fast anyway, so basically zero challenge. By the way, the Smith script weapons that you see here, all the Smith script weapons, if you use a heavy attack, like a charged heavy, it'll throw the weapon and then it'll appear back in your hand. Other than that little gimmick, the Smith script weapons are usually just not that good. So it sounds good in theory, and there's even like a talisman that powers them up. But even with that, these weapons are just not good. I tried it before and it's terrible. Just use a regular weapon with a good Ash of War. Alright, that was easy enough to find this. But instead of inverting it, this time it just lowers it. Alright. What is here? Okay, just a dagger. A dagger I'm never gonna use. Oh, okay, wrong way. Went the wrong way. But now that this is lowered, I can get back on here a little bit more easy. Maybe. No, 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 no. Okay. Well, I've come this far, might as well finish this. I didn't really have hardly any runes. Okay, even though Knight's Lightning Spear... Oh, I didn't mean to roll. Even though Knight's Lightning Spear is obtained in the DLC, it's considered a Dragon Cult incantation, so the Gravelstone Seal will power it up. I have a feeling that when it comes down to it, the biggest cause of death in this playthrough for me is just going to be gravity. Alright, so I can't take a shortcut over that railing. So I guess I do have to do it the long way. But this is not so bad to run through. All right, this time, all right, I have to actually think about where okay, I have to go further up. That was the issue. Jumped off too early. Okay, so I got a stone out of it. And the anvil hammer is actually pretty good if you have to build for it. So if you're a strength user, anvil hammer is one of the better weapons, actually. If you're just going pure strength. Let's see, is it pure strength? Oh, okay, strength with some intelligence, actually. And faith required. Strength, intelligence, and faith, okay. Alright, I think this is where I want to go, actually. So let me mark that. It looks too much like a mausoleum from on the map. Okay. There we go. This is the right place. Nice. And these are optional areas, but there's a cool sword here. It's not a sword I can use with my current build, but it's a really cool sword. And you know, what's the point of doing this if you're not going to show off cool swords? I mean, Smith script spear. That's not as cool. So there's not a lot of good loot in the DLC. A lot of stuff is like low grade smithing stones and glove warts that by this point you should have the bell bearings to be able to buy anyway. So yeah, there's some stuff worth obtaining in the DLC, but a lot of the items are just not going to be that great. So that lever is supposed to introduce you to the concept that these things move slowly. You saw how slow this thing lowered. You can use that to your advantage. And I just gotta watch out for these guys. Smithing talisman. powers up Smith script weapons, and I'm not going to use Smith script weapons, so I don't need that. All right, so that guy somehow didn't attack me. So I'm gonna wait for this to go down. Then I'm gonna pull it again and then run and jump on it. And there we go. Didn't have to invert that cylinder or whatever. And that's the sword. So this was base game. This would most likely be considered one of the legendary weapons. You do need arcane for this, strength and arcane. But if you have to build for it, it's really good. The only other weapon that's I would consider almost as good for strength and arcane is the Bloodfiend's leg or arm or whatever. But yeah, okay, we got that. Time to go back to the Morth. How do you say it? Morth ruins. Before going down into the ruins, there's some items around there. And unfortunately, there's those annoying, really annoying enemies here. Okay, let's see if I can not get attacked by this. This is what the annoying enemy I was talking about. Okay. And there's also a revered spirit ash around here. Also near one of those annoying enemies. I forget what their actual name is. If they even have one. Okay, revered spirit ash. All right. Now this is tough for descending. You can easily die from fall damage. You can try to land on this narrow little piece of wall down here to, not die. What I find is more successful is trying to land on that little ledge there. I don't know what the intended method is, really. Maybe in their playtesting, From Software had like a specific method in mind for getting down here, but I have no idea what that method might be. It's trying to do a backstab, but oh well. Golden, I don't think I've actually used this incantation before. And I probably won't. Maybe it's good, maybe it's like one of the better incantations. I'm probably not going to find out. So the new dungeon types in this DLC, obviously there's the catacombs, which aren't new, but the catacombs in the DLC are far more extensive than in the base game. I believe there's 3 of those. There's 3 of the ruined lava forges, which we just saw. And there's also 3 jails, which are different from ever jails. Those are very jar themed. That's a weird one of those weird things to say out loud, but yeah, they're jar themed. I don't know if I'm actually gonna, since I don't really use the jars, I don't know if I'm actually gonna be exploring any of those. There's not really anything there that I would like to do. If I do, it might just be one. What? Okay. Because you can get some hefty pots from there, from those places. In fact, there's actually supposed to be a hefty pot around here. Maybe it's on this side. Yeah, there we go. And another one. Cool. So how many do I have now? 4? Okay. Alright, so this gesture is another one that is... this is actually tied to progression. So there's a secret area of this map. Well, not really secret since it's on the map, but an inaccessible area that becomes accessible if you have this gesture. We'll just put it that way. So as you can gather, shamans were put into jars. And that's not going to mean anything right now, but I'll explain later. And this furnace golem is one of the ones that you need the consumable for. The hefty furnace pots to throw him into this opening up top because his legs are shielded. Normally you attack these things' legs and try to stagger them. If you stagger them 3 times, you can actually get a riposte, but with those, their legs are armored, so you have to attack them a different way. And other than other than the furnace pots, or maybe they're called they're called something. Let's see, hefty furnace pots. Yeah. Other than that, fire pots will also work. I don't think they work as well, but yeah, that's an alternative. Time to go meet a new NPC. So in the base game, we saw the Cathedral of Manus Celis. This is related, Manus Metyr. And Metyr is actually the name of the boss of this area. So the Hand of Metyr. Weird phrasing to say, the Hand of Metyr, because when you see Metyr, she is a hand.
Well, I am Emir. Welcome to Manus Meta. It is a pleasure in land so forsaken as these, seeing that we have convened. Allow me to mark the...
Oh, thanks. Just what I've always wanted.
The map I gave you charts the site of a hallowed ruin. It is said that after sounding the hanging bell there, one's fate will be guided by the stars.
I want my fate to be guided by the stars.
To help those who fight for
Decided with Ronnie. That's, her whole point was not being guided by the stars, breaking away from that. But this is quest progression. This person was not visible before you talk to him. After you meet Emir, then she becomes visible. She was probably always here, just invisible. She has cool armor though. Kind of like a Sauron type thing. Yeah. And to help with this little quest that he's sending us on, I might as well apply, where was that? Assassin's Gambit, there we go. Okay, this will help me out with this quest a little bit. Let's see, I can actually get started on that if I come over here. The Assassin's Gambit will give me partial invisibility and mask my footsteps. It also works on Torrent too. If I want more invisibility, I'll combine that with the sorcery hidden form, but I don't have the intelligence stat for that. So that's not happening. But if you combine those two things, it really does help you avoid a lot of combat here. Let's see, this isn't yet. So yeah, based on the map, this is where the map is pointing to, but I'm going to be coming here because it's more accessible right now. So in the base game, the walking mausoleums are how you duplicate remembrances. The mausoleums in the DLC don't do that. Instead, to duplicate remembrances, you find these coffin type things over here. Yeah, these things right here. There's 3 of them in the DLC. So you can duplicate remembrances that way. Obviously, in both the base game and DLC, there's fewer duplication options than there are remembrances. So you can't get everything. So the whole invisibility thing was specifically to avoid these guys. But this one's already seen me, so. These aren't the worst ones, by the way. The worst ones are they're called lampreys. These guys are. The worst lampreys are the pink type ones who can shoot projectiles out from across the arena and paralyze you. And I believe this one's seen me, so I have to fight it. Okay. Yeah, so the Urt Steel Dagger with the Assassin's Gambit is really for the ones that paralyze you. Those are the worst. I can't remember if any of them show up here or not in these ruins. But yeah, as you can see, these are called finger ruins for a reason. And this is likely the origin of not only the 2 fingers, but possibly the 3 fingers. And when I say this, I don't mean these ruins specifically. I mean the entity that the ruins are sort of meant to represent, Metyr. Because you can see very vivid fingerprints, and that's how the 3 fingers communicates is through fingerprints, whereas the 2 fingers communicates through finger gestures. And there is some, if you follow this path up, there's like some crafting stuff you can get up there. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so I guess I don't have to worry about the paralysis lampreys. Somehow that thing didn't know I was there. That's the opposite of how it's going to be in the other finger ruins, where they all seem to know where you're at. Alright, this was pretty easy, actually. And yeah, all there pretty much is to do in this place is, so these are pretty big areas, but all there is to do really is to find these hanging bells. All right.
Oh, there you. The exalted timbre of the bell has reached these ears of mine. Gracious, the starry sky is wondrous tonight indeed. Only your fate shall. Now, these are. Think nothing of it. I have made my made.
Okay, so maybe I did go to the right ruins after all.
Ah, you make you laugh. Well, I hope that you behaved at least.
Not really.
Poor girl has overcome grave misfortune. Her tongue can be sharp at the best of times, but don't think that makes her a bad person. It's no surprise her little sister too has a heart of gold. I fear that you have borne witness to the whole of it. The conceits, the hypocrisy of the world built upon the Earth Tree. The follies of men, their bitter suffering. Is there no hope for redemption? The answer, sadly, is clear. There never was any hope. They were each of them defective, unhinged from the start. Marika herself, and the fingers that guided her. And this is what troubles me. No matter our efforts, if the roots are rotten, then we have little recourse.
He's saying that the two fingers were never receiving guidance from the greater will. And so everything was based on a false premise all along. Seems like it could be a shocking little revelation if you actually believe what he's saying, but I mean, he's kind of crazy, so I wouldn't really trust anything he says.
Every young maker saw things for what they were. Even his bloodline was tainted, his roots mired in madness. A tragedy, if ever there was one, that he would feel compelled to renounce everything. And the blame lay squarely with the mother. I am a glimpse. We studied the stars. I knew long ago. We began as stars, born of a great rupture far across the sky. We too are children.
Big Bang Theory.
Is that not divine? And yet, none.
The actual theory, not the terrible sitcom.
It's utter brilliance. May the gleaming
How did Count Ymir reward you with that? Then I see you have given, therefore I am Yolan. Then
The knight is yours to wield, okay?
you get the wrong idea. We are neither friends nor confidants. I am merely honored.
But you just told me that the knight is mine to wield now. I mean, what does that make us?
Enough of you.
Okay. Cool. All right, let's check back in at Jarberg. Anything happening here?
Dialysis movement. I wish we had.
Okay. Nothing. Nothing yet, anyway. Wow, that's a lot of wolves.
And yeah, this long tunnel is really so that you don't have to have a loading screen. That's and in the front entrance you have an elevator, so you can either go up an elevator or through a tunnel. And either way, it's really just giving the game time to render the interior of this place, which is obviously much preferable to having a loading screen, I think. Nice. Pretty decent spell. It doesn't seem like it does much damage, but that's just because that's a tough enemy. In general, incantations are usually not going to do as much damage as sorceries, just as a general rule. Obviously, it varies. But that's because incantations are meant for versatility, whereas sorceries are meant for just damage.
Marika, mother to us all, favor me with thy grace.
No.
I have met many who would threaten or distress thee, and quelled each and all, and I hereby swear to never cease. So
Oh, you're never going to cease? Okay, we'll see about that. So, there's two characters in this DLC, and when you find them in like injured states or whatever, you have an option to give them an iris of grace, to like sort of ease their fears and allow them to become spirits, or an iris of occultation, which basically puts them in fear and they become a weapon instead of a spirit ash. So you can either be merciful or not. And with this guy, I'm not. His whole role was persecution of people, and I don't have an Iris Grace anyway to give him, so Iris Occultation it is. But either way, this would be my choice.
I would not. Am I impure?
Nope.
Define thee, I would never.
Just die already, please.
Why wouldst thou think to look from me? Thou art to look upon me. All this time, I held in my heart only thee.
Okay, die, please. Reline's Greatsword. Okay. It could be used with faith. Not great. It's a heavy thrusting sword. I mean, it's got a pretty good Ash of War. So, I mean, this would have been something that could have been useful against Melania, possibly. In case you thought he might have been a misunderstood good guy, read this. Queline devoted his all to the crusade and remade his greatsword in the shape of the lance wielded by his liege, aspiring to become a second impaler. So yeah, don't feel sorry for him at all. Somehow that didn't get this guy's attention. And somehow he didn't see me there. Oh yeah, the magic rules of Elden Ring. You can't attack enemies when they're getting up. But they can do that to you. Alright. And we can go ahead and actually drain the water in this area to make more of it accessible. And I'm gonna skip the cutscene of water draining because, like, that's the least interesting thing I can think to watch. Now, if there was a cutscene of grass growing, I might watch that because that's at least more interesting. Or paint drying. I know there's another one of these guys around here somewhere. Yep. Bye. Okay. And there's more stuff I can get, but I want to get to a site of grace up here. There we go. Same concept. This really long elevator is really just to give the game time to load the upstairs. All right, send the elevator back, and hopefully I make this jump. Yeah, and if you miss it, there's an easy way, an elevator that takes you up back there, so you can just try again. Yeah, I'm not playing around with this guy. I'm just gonna spam this Ash of War until he's dead. Okay. I believe there's a cookbook up there. I don't remember. I'm not 100% sure, so I'm gonna grab it. Yeah. And what's it for? Golden grease. Okay. I'll probably have an easier time actually if I used some of these like weapon grease and stuff. But then again, though, I'm using Blasphemous Blade, which isn't buffable anyway, so probably not. I have... Okay, I probably want the Talisman of the Dread. Iris of Grace. Okay. So now I have one if I wanted to use one. And I probably will, just for, you know, contrast. Let's see. America, 80,000. I'm trying to see if I can actually level up. So let's see, that should give me about 130,000. You know what? Actually, let's do this. If you hit the R3 button, it makes that right pane disappear, and it means you're not kicked out of your menu when you use these things. Nice. Okay. Yeah, math was right. Okay. So just needed those two. Okay. Mix wonders. Okay, cool. I got what I want from that. So, okay. Drink this. Flame grant me strength, and this can be kind of a tough fight. So if I don't get it, I'll just come back later. Okay, I guess I can't attack it until it's ready to be attacked. Gotta wait my turn after all. Quickly do this. Ah, well, too early. His weak point is his head, by the way. Really? Come on, I'm trying to dodge here. I didn't get a chance to buff up again with Flame grant me strength. Come on, please. Nice. Okay. Come on. Too fast. There. And that didn't do much. Okay, I'll go melee for this. And if you do a critical after you knock him down, then the next phase will start with less health. Really? Okay, just... Oh no. Okay. Guess I need to run faster. Somehow. Not sure how, but... Ah, come on, let me heal. There we go. So yeah, there's 3 phases to this fight. Mikola's Great Rune. This is an item that will become useful in the final fight. Okay. This is where I'm at, by the way. And that's the best lightning defense you can get. And if you come through this way over here, you get ambushed by this guy.
Righteous tarnished. There was one thought I could not dislodge from.
You know, the stone tablets here are very reminiscent of the stone tablets in America's bedchamber. They're probably, those tablets might actually be from here.
It appears his body has been absconded and taken straight to Kite Mikla. Surely you recall that I once served Lord Moog as a pureblood knight, after failing him in every regard and losing sight of my vows. I'd do anything to make amends in whatever meager way I can. What could they possibly be implications?
Thought I killed this. Okay, I guess this. All right, quit locking onto other enemies. Come on, trying to lock onto one enemy here. All right. That's it? A blessed bone shard? Okay. Yeah. I abandoned here my arm dextral. Okay, so the counterpart to the arm sinistral. And again, I don't remember. So we have dextral and sinistral. They mean left and right, but I don't remember which is which. But what I can do for now is, now that we've gotten this, I wonder if I can make that jump. Let's see. Nice, okay. Oh, okay. Probably should not have made that jump, actually, because I didn't know there was this guy here. Okay, I thought I heard somebody. So... And this is the usual entrance to this place. But I like to do things out of order. All right, have this elevator come back. And then rather than wait for the elevator, I'm just gonna rest. These guys have a small chance of dropping the Fire Knight's Greatsword, which is a really good sword to get. I'm not going to use it for this playthrough, but it's a really good sword. All right, so here we have a choice. We can help Hornsent, or we can help Letta. Letta's wrong about Hornsent. Hornsent is going to stay loyal to Letta, but that means he's going to become our enemy. So I'm actually not really sure. But you know what? Actually, I'm gonna just for dialogue purposes and for a story, I'm gonna help Hornsent out. I'll have to fight him again later, but there's a way I can make sure he doesn't become an enemy in the major battle. Okay. For a minute there, I was trying to attack Hornsent, and then I remember, wait, I'm siding with him this time. I'm used to seeing him as an enemy. There. Yeah. Okay. And Letta's not dead, by the way. She's unfortunately still alive. All right, so there's a very hidden area, actually. A hidden area within a hidden area within a hidden area. It's one of those situations. So, take this ladder down. Now, a lot of illusory walls are kind of subtle. This one's not. You can definitely tell that this is an illusory wall. Another coffin ride. All right, so this is an area you can only get through that secret wall, like going down that ladder, going inside that bridge, going through the secret wall. this is going to lead us to Darklight Catacombs, and there's a secret at the end of Darklight Catacombs as well. For right now, though, this is going to be a long stream. I've been on for about 3 hours. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Let's see. All right, I am back. There's actually an interesting item I can grab inside here. I'm gonna hold off on that, and there's a particular reason I'm gonna hold off on that for now. The reason is convenience. I'll explain what I mean once it becomes more apparent. But basically, if you grab this item now, it becomes inconvenient to do something with it later on. Nope. Okay, enhances incantations that conjure golden rings of light. It's like Radagon's rings of light or stuff like that, like Golden Order stuff. There's already a seal that boosts Golden Order incantations, and since some of those Golden Order incantations also use rings of light, they can be doubly boosted if you have a seal in each hand. Double boosting those incantations though doesn't really work for like mostly faith builds, because the Golden Order seal itself, as well as the Golden Order incantations, require intelligence as well. So it's only effective for mixed intelligence and faith builds. And if I come this way, there's a mausoleum I can do, but I'm not going to. Nice. All right. So I have to stand in front of the eye. battery fragment, and I can get another one from this guy. And yeah, being in water makes lightning better. Like, okay, it didn't work that time. Because, I don't know. Weird logic. Alright. I can go down, but let's see what else is around here. I forget where the Manfly village is located. If it's not here, then I'll just proceed down. Right, I'm looking for, there we go, the graves. Oh, that was close. And so this is another catacombs. However, this catacombs dungeon, it leads to something much different than what you would probably be expecting. And actually, for this place, where holy damage negation is helpful. Not for this, for the enemies, but for the boss. So I'll just go ahead and equip it now before I forget. I don't usually do this, but I wonder if I can actually take a shortcut here. Ah, okay. The idea is you're supposed to find levers and pull the levers to light up parts of the catacombs, but I have to fight enemies to get there, so this is easier. I've actually never tried to take a shortcut there before. So I'm really glad it works. All right, let's... Now this one I probably am gonna light up, because I don't know of any good shortcuts here. That, by the way, is a trap. You don't want to go there. Yep, and here's the lever. So it's going to light up this floor. That sword that this one's using, it's a rare drop, but if it does drop, it's pretty good for poison builds, especially if you're using it in conjunction with that Ash of War I was talking about before, the poison flower blooms twice, or whatever it's called. Alright, there's two of them down here, so what I can do is get attention from one of them. Like, hello, come on. Follow me up. Okay. And I'll lure him up here. Easy. Okay, cool. They are invulnerable up to a certain point, so you have to wait till the right time before attacking. Okay. And this enemy can actually fire through walls. So I'm not quite sure how to completely avoid all of his attacks. Those look like death sorceries, by the way. But it makes sense because, you know, catacombs. But also, catacombs are for dead people, so who is this guy? I have no idea. But those guys show up in catacombs. Alright, one more floor and then the boss. Oh yeah, and then there's... okay. Yep, okay. Yeah, this is fair. This is totally fair. Alright, so I think the light is that way that can pull. But I kind of just want to run for it. Okay. Fortunately, I think there's a stake of America, so if I die to this boss, I don't have to do this whole thing over again. In fact, I think the DLC catacombs have Stake of America on every floor. Yep, there's one. Okay. Alright, got my Halic Drake talisman on. Alright, let's do this. Golden Vow. What makes this boss annoying is really just it moving around and teleporting. And that attack. All right. Okay, cool. I got him before he could do all his ridiculous summons. His summons are the big issue, actually. I'm not going to explore really into this area for now. But I did just get a cool weapon, so... And I may actually use that weapon later, so I'm going to go ahead and upgrade it. All right. And what's good about this weapon is it scales with faith and it causes blood loss buildup. You don't really see many bleed weapons that scale with faith. And it's a spear, which is helpful. All right. Okay, I might as well. I'll probably use it. Okay, cool. So, got a decent weapon. This will be for a different for another stream. Let me go ahead and go. Let's see. I sided with Letta. No, I sided against Letta. So, did she leave anything behind? That's the question. She's still gonna see me as an ally for now, which is weird. Okay, she didn't leave anything here. I find it interesting that Fire Knights are capable of using are using holy incant. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Because they are still working for a demigod after all. Wow, okay. This one was tough. The nice thing about Blasphemous Blade is you can just kill weak enemies with it for easy health recovery. Now this is one of the more critical lore reveals in the game. Few can decipher the scroll which describes the secret rite at the Divine Gateway said to be found at the tower enshrouded by shadow. A lord will usher in a god's return, and the Lord's soul will require a vessel. Let me actually screenshot that. Okay. These Fire Knights are crazy to deal with. They're not as bad as the Horned Warriors, but there's just so many Fire Knights.
fidgety. I should wipe you clean off the page.
I kind of suspect that she's dyslexic.
No, no, Freya. Don't let it rile you up. Take it slow.
Okay, that's nice. I got blasted by some fire. Alright, let's see. Do I have enough to... Oh, almost. Nice.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm busy. A curse upon my lack of foresight. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance. I'm afraid I truly...
Okay. So let's talk to Ansbach now. And if I decided with Letta against Hornsend, her next target would have been Ansbach. She was wrong about Hornsent betraying her, but she was right to suspect Ansbach. But that's probably one of those broken clocks, is you know, right twice a day type things, where she's accidentally right because she suspects everybody. So if you suspect everybody's going to betray you, and someone does, you know, it doesn't mean that you are insightful. It just means that you're paranoid. And occasionally, your paranoia may have been justified. So you have two things to talk to Ansbach about. Freya's request and the secret right scroll.
Freya, by the gods, she must be feeling the need to reaffirm her allegiance before she heads to war. A true red maid she is, hardly troubled by the rot, but no one is without their shortcomings. She has a hard road ahead. Perhaps our concerns are but two sides of the same coin. Well, what's this? Yes, I should have known. Even the truth was itself mere folly. As if using Lord Moog to gain entrance to the land of shadow were not enough, he plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Moog's soul. He desires only his empty shell. It beggars belief, but I'm afraid Tender Mikula fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear lord deserved.
No, he didn't.
Righteous Tarnished. You have my gratitude. You have given me the answers I needed, but I can hardly fathom it. Such folly. I am a warrior, but I've aged.
Some people think that because Moog was under Mikula's charm, that it exonerates him. It doesn't. I mean, Moog was still known as the Lord of Blood for a reason. He is still a really bad guy.
Would be out of my blade's reach. The absolute folly of it all. The absolute.
Okay, he should have given me something for, I guess I have to reset. Because game logic.
Righteous Tarnished.
Finally, okay.
Could you please give this thanks to you? She
Okay, because time had to pass for him to write a letter.
Freya possesses a youth I no longer have. This knowledge will surely stoke the flames of valor within her. Yes. I can see him barreling into the fray right now. Perhaps I should. This is the only one. Perhaps this is the...
And does he disappear? Okay, he's still there.
I'm afraid I'm busy, truly. I should have happened. From Sir Ansbach. On earth could... Yes. As the Festival of War concluded, General Radahn's soul met an honourable end. But Kyrie Mikala wishes to revive it, which is fine by me. I know it would pain old Jeren, but war has always suited General Radahn best, and certainly far more than any honourable death. Endless war to invigorate the soul, as befits General Radahn, the great lion. Thank you. Now I finally cast off. Give my regards to Honourable Ab. Tell him, if we should meet in battle,
Foreshadowing.
would be fine enough. But to face your blade would be an honor.
Well, you're not going to meet him in battle because you're going to die right here. She's going to turn against me later. I know that, if I let her live. So this is where it ends for Freya.
What's the matter with you? Is there a fight, are you? Have you any patience with her? No matter.
Ooh, okay. She's... I believe that Ash of War is the Savage Lion's Claw that she's using. There's a group fight later on where where Leda and her allies will attack you. You can win some of them over to your side. Freya will never be won over to your side. The only way to not fight Freya is to kill her. So, bye Freya. Good riddance. You will not be missed. Okay. And before it's too late, I should probably talk to Moore and make sure he's dealt with.
I don't feel it. It's broken.
He's also an enemy.
Is gone. But I stand tall. Together, we work. Together, for Mikala the Kind.
What do you have to buy before we deal with you? Okay. Okay, he's got Tilia's. Since Tilia's gone, Moore now has his inventory.
Know what to do. Our mother abandoned her brood. She did not love us.
Nope.
We are her children. What should we do? Must we be sad forever?
I suspect that he's not human. He probably is one of the kindred. So, if I don't want to deal with him later, I'm going to choose this option, remain sad forever.
Sad forever. Sad forever and never.
Yep. Go away.
Goodbye.
And later on, he'll disappear. He won't disappear. We'll find his body later, but he takes the whole remain sad forever thing pretty seriously. All right. It goes to the first floor here. And ambush time. All right. This one can be kind of tricky if you try to approach it normally. So if you drop on it from above. Oh, wow. Okay, that did quite a bit of damage. But she can spew stuff on the ground that makes movement very, very slow. And there's another Iris of Grace. There's 2 Irises of Grace and 2 Irises of Occultation, and 2 NPCs that you can make that choice for. So you can give both Grace or both Occultation or one or the other. Don't think there's anything I need there. But there is going to be another ambush here. Okay, I got this guy's attention. And notice that they do appear to be human figures trapped inside there. Really? I have to wait for him to fully get up before I can attack him. Stalza's disdain for barbarism never waned, even as he burned more villages and scorched more land than any other. Okay. So this is basically a war criminal who kind of felt bad about it. All right. This is a pretty big area where you can get, it's easy to get lost in. Here we go. don't know why this rarely works. Maybe it's an RNG thing, I don't know. All right. So I went left that time. Now the rest of the stuff is to the right. There we go. Revered Spirit Ash. In my opinion, when it comes to the base game and the DLC combined, this is the worst area of them all. Because it's just so repetitive and boring, really. I mean, it's interesting as a concept at first, but when you keep going through very similar looking hallways, that's when it starts to get a little bit old. I don't really like that. Did I? There's one of the enemies I was afraid of. Nope. Like I said, it's easy to get lost here, so I may have made a wrong turn. So yeah, this is probably one of my least favorite areas in any Souls game. And I say that knowing full well that Shrine of Amana from Dark Souls 2 exists. That's how much I dislike this area. Not because it's difficult, but because the layout is just like this. Yep, this is Shadow of the Earth Tree DLC for Elden Ring. Okay, tough enemy there. I will make sure I get this side of grace before I deal with him. Totally optional, but he's a cool enemy. All right, let's see. What did Mikla abandon here? I abandoned here the last of the flesh of my body. Okay, so hopefully we don't have to hear more about that anymore. And can I upgrade? Yes, I can. Okay. So let's see. I can't do a sneak attack on this guy. For whatever reason, sneak attack criticals don't work on him. I guess the terrain. So I'll do this. Oh, okay. Not close enough. Okay. As far as progression goes, defeating that enemy was totally pointless, but I just liked it because it's a cool enemy. This tower here, there actually is an invisible path that leads there. I'm purposely gonna ignore it for now until I visit Fog Rift Catacombs, just for convenience purposes. All right, and I always forget where to go. Okay, there, nope, not quite, but I can make use of this. These guys are the worst. Okay. And if I were to progress further and defeat Mesmer, I'll get invaded by Horn Scent here. And that's the spell I was really wanting to get. Nice. All right, time to fight a boss. And I'll summon Dryleaf Dane for this. And here we have the Wish.com version of Melania. You know what? I should have actually equipped something to help me deal with Scarlet Rot, because now I have Scarlet Rot. And I forgot to equip something. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, she's not as difficult as Melania, but she is more aggressive with Scarlet Rot. So, just have to sort of remember in the future to have some way of healing it handy. Specifically, Flame Cleanse Me. That's my preferred method. Oh no, 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 no. And these butterflies explode with rot. Oop, okay. Ran out of FP. Cool. Okay. Because of course my Ash of War takes so long to do the wind up that. Okay. Wow, okay. Alright, so. Okay, so. This is not a boss I normally die to, so. That's interesting. I'm assuming she's weak to fire. I don't know why I'm assuming that, just because she's a bug and she's associated with rot. Those two things just sort of sound like they would be, weak to fire. Actually, this might not even be the best seal to use, because let's see, 267. Okay, my claw mark seal is slightly better, but not enough to make a difference. Alright. Golden Vow. Flame grant me strength. And we'll try this again. Okay. This is fine. Wow, okay. Big reach there. Wow, okay. More butterflies. Huh, okay, he's alive. He's literally punching and kicking this bug. The bug that does Scarlet Rot damage. That you would usually want to keep your distance from. He's punching and kicking her. Alright. One more blast from his blade should do it if she doesn't move. There we go. Cool. Now progression is going to be limited until I can defeat Mesmer. All right, got faith up to 60. Nice. Now, if I come down here and you navigate along this area, this pathway, it'll actually lead you over to here where we can fight another divine dancing lion enemy, boss type thing. You get some reward for defeating it. I forget what. Like it's storm related. Either way, it's not worth it for me. Oh yeah, and this variant of the boss actually can spawn basilisk or basilisk. How do you say it? Basilisk, whatever. The ones that do death blight. I might as well equip that spell. All right, this is a upgraded version of Pest Threads. I'm not gonna deal with this guy. Probably defeat like one, maybe two of these furnace columns, but it's so repetitive that I just don't see a point, really. Alright, so this is another situation where the pot guy can disappear on you quickly. There's a danger of him usually falling off the edge. Didn't happen this time, so that's nice. I believe I'm missing a Shadow Tree fragment from here. Let's see. I know there was a pot shade, I think that's what they're called, who had a revered spirit ash, but I know there's also supposed to be one that has a Shadow Tree fragment, if I remember right. Maybe it's this guy. I hope it's not one of those spirit calculus things. Nope, was not him. Okay, when I came here last time, I opened this door, and instead of going this way. Oh, okay. That does not seem like it was the right way to go. I need to find this. I think it's near the spider scorpions. Not these, but the tunnel. Okay, it was probably this guy, so I may have actually already gotten that item. Okay. Well, if I already got it, then that's fine. I can go back to Shadow Keep. And actually, you know what? Since I'm going for a platinum trophy, I mean, I already have the platinum trophy, but a platinum playthrough, there's one more base game boss I haven't beaten yet. And the reason is because it's just too ridiculous for me to care about. First, I'm checking on Jarberg. Okay, that was really productive. There we go. Shifra Riverbank. I don't know why there's 2 trophies for both, for each version of the Ancestor Spirit. You would think just a Regal Ancestor Spirit would be enough. But no, you gotta defeat both of them. All right. Cool, now it's the last torch. I specifically lit the other 7 and just left this one alone, just so I could, you know, show off this all in one go. But yeah, with all those torches lit, I can now fight this boss. That is a weaker version of one I fought already. Yeah, that did a lot of damage to him. These things are easy, they're just annoying. Alright, so let's check on Jarberg now. Jarberg is such an annoying thing to progress because it just takes so long. Alright, something happened. Yay.
Oh, cuz, I'm glad you came. But we're fine now. Dialos fought the poacher, though quite a lot of us. I won't cry though. I'm a warrior, Jar. A warrior.
Your pottery.
The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood.
Yeah, his blood.
The kind of warrior I will, even if I'm scared. I'll still fight to protect everyone.
You are the jars. Did I defend them?
Nope. Some of them died.
I've been a fool to the last.
Yep.
The tale of that's the kind of warrior, even if I'm Talos Oslo is told. That's the kind of warrior, one who protects everyone. That's the kind of one who.
Okay. So I have to do this thing where I have to keep resting and coming back, I guess. Huh. Diallo's had a mask this whole time, he just never wore it.
Thanks for coming. I've been thinking, as a warrior.
Now I can give him Alexander's insides.
Inside, from Uncle Alex. Thank you. I'm a warrior jar, so I need to be strong. I can really have them.
Strong, you already have cracks.
I understand. Strong enough. I don't think I'll see you again. Warriors are supposed to work goodbye, and thanks for everything. I'll never.
There. Companion jar. Raises the potency of thrown jars. That probably applies to the hefty cracked pot items as well. Though the jars are brought to life by human flesh and blood, they are all rather kindly folk. Perhaps they were made to be better than their innards. As opposed, so in the land of shadow, the reason for the jars is to put criminals in there, and supposedly by putting them in jars and turning them into jar people, they become saints. It's a weird concept. All right, so let's see. We came here. Back section. There we go. Didn't want to aggro this guy. Okay. Again, that invulnerability gets me. Supposedly, thrusting shields are really good, but you have to basically have lots of stamina and manage it carefully. The idea is you can attack and defend with one weapon, but failing that, you can also just use a shield and a spear, or a shield and a thrusting sword. See, I need to get over here. Okay, so I don't really have to charge this up in order to defeat these guys. I'll take the fall damage. Nice. There's a tough boss out there. So this might take a few tries. Here we go. And for some reason, he seems to be invulnerable during his initial charge. And it's so hard to dodge, too. It's like you literally do have to dodge at just the exact last second. Alright, stop already. Let me... Come on. Yeah, it's hard to read those moves. Okay. Well, fortunately, I do have another plan here. And I'll allocate flask to healing. And yeah, I'll do this. Okay. And let's see what I can get for I'll do standard. Okay, so this should make things a little bit better. Okay. Okay, that didn't do as much as I was hoping. Wow, okay. It's breaking my stamina. You know what? I probably need the Great Shield Talisman to help with guard boost. Yeah, I don't think I got the Great Shield Talisman. It's in the base game. Alright, manage stamina carefully. Surviving. Barely. Yeah, I need that talisman, I guess. Seems... Okay, so it seems his gravity sorcery isn't entirely physical. It does do some magic damage, because I'm still taking chip damage from it. Okay, when I'm at range, he does the charge. Okay, getting a little bit better at dodging it. Wow. But that just says so much stamina damage. Alright, let's do this. Got him down to phase 2 at least. He's not bleeding. I'm not attacking fast enough, I guess. Make him bleed. Alright, stop with the long combo already. Ooh, hey. I was hoping to either bleed or stagger him. Hey. Wow. Oh, wow, okay. Okay. Wow. Come on. Finally. Wow, okay. That was tough. Really tough. Oh. Some endurance would help. So Commander Gaius is an Albinoric, by the way, and apparently good friends with Radon. And there's a female Albinoric there, so they were probably a couple. Although, if that was their house, it needs some renovations. Yeah, now I can get a bunch of these things. 5 of them all at once. And that's not the only secret back here. Actually, before I proceed, let me do this. Right, where's that gesture at? There we go. It's called Oh Mother. And if you do that gesture, there we go. Secret area. Alright, but let me check back with... because we're getting close to the next Finger Ruins. But there's something I can do before that, I think. Assuming Count Amir's not on his throne. And he is not. It's best to do this now, so I don't have to do it when it's time to actually fight the boss. But yeah, as you can tell, this place is really weird. I forgot FP. I don't have any FP flask anymore. But that's okay. Looks like I didn't need it. These Claws of Night are a very good weapon, by the way. Especially if you're going for a bleed build or successive attack build, so good. Scales only with Dex though, but that's okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and correct this. Oh wow, 2 upgrade levels.
Enough of you.
Okay.
Stop. What did you just say? Wait, no. I have one star alone, and only his words will...
Okay.
Did you espy? Well, putting stars would free yourself.
Let's go here. There's a few more things I'm going to accomplish this stream. I want to clear the way to Mesmer, and I want to defeat Metyr. And after I do those two things, then I'll call it for this stream. You know what? I should actually... Oh well, too late now. Oh well, you know what? I'll try it. Not the weapon I was... Well, no. If he's backing off, I'll go ahead and change weapons. There. Okay. And there are 2 tree sentinels, but you can fight them one at a time, and even rest between them. It's not a mandatory duo fight. That's precisely what I'll do. Is I'll rest. And actually, I guess now that you think about it, like, I can just run past these guys. I won't. I'll fight the other one, but in theory, I guess you could just go past them. Oh, okay. God, they can do that deflection. So these guys, you have to be careful about casting spells, because they can use their shields to absorb their spell energy and fire it back at you. Alright. Okay, I think these finger runes are the ones with the paralysis guys. about 70,000 there. Okay, if my math's right, I should be able to get another level from this. Actually, more than I didn't notice I had 2 of those runes. Okay. I was only counting 1, so yeah. Definitely another level. Yeah, there's a lot of these guys, but fortunately they're asleep, unless you attack them. This actually, if you're doing rune farming with the Seiko Relic sword, this is actually a pretty good area. Yep, that pink projectile is the paralysis beam. Gotta avoid that. So I'm taking this long way because if you're trying to hide from these guys, best not to go into the center of the area. At least if I run into enemies here, I'll be in a better position as opposed to being exposed out there in the center. Do I actually have the Great Shields talent? No, I don't. Okay, I'll have to grab that. And here's... Oh, okay, sneaky. Sneaky. I was gonna sneak up on that guy, but another one came out from nowhere. And even if you're far away from them, if they paralyze you, they'll get over to you very quickly. So you're not safe just because there's distance. Okay, so the black ones just shoot regular magic at you, and the pink ones are the paralysis ones. One of them saw me. So, find cover. I actually haven't used my invisibility yet. But I'm almost there. Alright. Assassin's Gambit. It's partial invisibility. It stacks better if you have a hidden form. But this is enough to get me where I need to go. There. Alright, now before I forget, let me go ahead and get that other talisman. You definitely want to take out the ballista guys, because otherwise they will shoot at you when you're trying to loot those carriages. And their ballista bolts explode. So I believe that's this troll sword in there, but this one is the one with the talisman. Nice. And I may or may not use this, and this is going to seem kind of random, but there's another thing I want to grab.
My eye.
I'm actually not going to use that, but I just want to show off that sorcery at a later time. All right, let's see here. I completed both those finger ruins. Now let's talk to Metyr. And this is a hard fight, this one I'm about to do, actually. Let's see.
I heard another sound. Simply exhilarating, I must. The stars are dark tonight, but rest assured, this is no ill omen. On the contrary, I believe that this Portegna may you
So, in case it's not clear, the ruins of this map are below this church.
Oh, yes, it is. Do you recall what I said, Marika, and the fingers that guided her were unswelled? The truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged. The fingers are upright children, victims in their own. We all need a mother, do we not? A new mother. A true mother who will not give birth to further malady.
I don't know if waiting until nightfall is necessary, But you did talk about the stars tonight, so I'm just gonna do it. And as like a final thing, once I do all this, I might I might attempt Placidus Axe again this stream. And yeah, I do see an item there, but it's not worth grabbing. I say stuff is not worth grabbing, I mean for my build. Depending on your playstyle and your build, some of the stuff I consider junk for me might be worthwhile. Okay. Probably wasted a flask, but oh well. Wow, okay. Alright, I guess I'm not going to be able to get an attack off. Nice, okay. In fact, I probably should have used talismans for like Radagon's icon and Godfrey's icon for this fight, since Pest Threat Spears appears to be the way to go here. Okay, yeah. Attack from the side is terrible. Come on. Okay, okay, okay. I'm up against the wall. Wow, that was close. Right. Up already. On. Ah. Okay. I'm assuming that she's doing magic damage. So I'll plan around using the pest threads. What I'll actually do is there we go. Oh, really? Okay. It's one of those dumb things where I have to... Well, okay then. You can't block with a shield unless it's in your blocking hand. Your designated blocking hand. Oh, that's so stupid. Okay, so 3 slams. So, really, I need... Okay, possibly not 3 slams. Okay, I can block that. Okay, I forget counting slams. It can be any number, apparently. No time to heal. How do you even dodge that? Right. Nope. Just don't be in the wrong place, I guess, when she does that. Like... Okay. Spells take too long to cast, apparently. Yeah, no. Okay. Just as a backup, try this. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to do that, because going forward doesn't seem to help. Got a charged attack there, but I hit it from the side, so it's not as effective. Wow, okay. This thing is impossible to dodge. I know there's got to be a way to do it, but I don't know what it is. Okay, so run faster, I guess, is the play here. Something that big and bulky shouldn't be that fast. Okay, somehow I dodged that. Does this thing have stance break at all? Okay. Really? Well, I'm out of healing. Nice. All right. Wow. That was really tough. I got it. Uh, I can actually use more FP, a little bit more.
What have you done? You've wounded Count Emir most
Good.
irreparably, such that he wishes for your death. I must tend to Count concern.
He wanted to replace Metier as the Mother of Fingers, and yet and he basically baited me into killing Metier, but then he gets upset when I kill Metier. Told you he's crazy.
My dear
Die.
star, a fine mother. You will be.
My shining star, grant me a mother's strength. Look here, at my finger. I will be the true mother. And I will be the only mother.
Okay, weirdo. Finger creepers are weak to fire, so there we go.
To be your mother.
Okay. Yeah, I can start pushing strength a little bit now, too.
Count Emir.
And even though she tried to kill me, for story purposes, I'm going to use the Iris of Grace, because there's some interesting interaction with her Spirit Ash.
It blinds, as if our night simply never was.
Nice. All right, I'm going to take another break, and we will resume when I come back. And I am back. All right. I'm gonna come up here actually. I'm gonna try to clear the way to Bale, even if I don't fight Bale this stream.
Come no closer. Please spare me.
I guess I still have to explore Charo's hidden grave. So there's still quite a bit to do this stream. And this is an interesting lore reveal. The very center of the lands between. So if you look here and look at the lands between, especially this area right here seems to have been taken straight from here. It doesn't match up perfectly, but that's due to the passage of time and shifting Earth and stuff like that. And there's an invasion of a boss. So there's this boss in this cave called Ancient Dragon Man, and I'm gonna fight him anyway. But before you get to him, he also invades you. And I just think it's annoying to fight the same person twice like that. So I'm just gonna come over here to try to skip that invasion because I just think it's stupid. In terms of how they relate to the narrative, I don't think the whole invasion mechanics were really thought out very well in this game. It could kind of make sense in Dark Souls, but no, not really in Elden Ring. So yeah, normally I would have been invaded by now, but I took the high path and I skipped over it. I'm gonna fight Ancient Dragon Man anyway in a bit, so literally pointless except to get runes. Yeah, I saw you. Wow, okay. And the secret here is you literally just fall down the pit. And you survive. Because magic. And this for the sake of America? Not that it's going to be needed, but... Okay. And again, since this is like an NPC fight, this works very well. See? Oh, okay. You managed to get through it. Not through that. There's a dragon over here to fight. I'm not going to. This is actually a really good weapon. It does extra damage to dragons. I think it damages modern dragons slightly more than ancient dragons, but it does extra damage to both of them. That bonus does not apply to Placidus Axe, though. Placidus Axe is different. Don't know why, but this literally does 0 bonus damage to Placidus Axe. But what it's really meant for is Bale. And unfortunately, this is pretty much just a quality weapon. So in my previous build, I could have used this, but now that I respec to mostly faith with some strength, this isn't really suitable for me right now. All right.
Warrior, picture yourself on the throbbing. It would be the foolish and your. Yes. Now, there you will find land bound devourers. I will grant you in the name of my.
So she serves Placidus Axe.
Warrior true. In a time long the foul becoming a since land bound seek conceal.
So you can do Dragon Communion here, and also if you have Bale's Heart, you can. Well, this Dragon Communion only works for the Ghost Flame dragons, and for Bale's incantations if you have his heart. But if you complete the quest as normal, you get a weapon, pretty good weapon actually, and an item that will basically let you transform into like a dragon person to boost dragon cult incantations. But there is an alternate method, and I'm going to show the alternate method. It'll lock you out of those rewards, but it'll give you a spirit ash. I'm not using a spirit ash, but it's interesting to show. Let's just put it that way. And it has to do with that black syrup concoction I got from TLEA before. Okay, but where did she go? Well, seems like she may have disappeared. And according to the map, she's here. Yeah, I don't know where she's at. I don't know if something changed. Let me wait till daytime again. Okay, so she goes somewhere else at night. Okay, now it's night and she's here. I don't get this. So I'm putting her to sleep. Huh. Wait till morning. All right, she's awake.
I have broken my pledge. I succumbed to the deed that was meant for my most craven act. Forgive me, my lord. I have fallen from grace. Go on. Go on, my lord.
Okay. I mean, I'm the one who put you to sleep, but okay. Whoa, 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 okay. There's a few things in Char's Hidden Grave to obtain. I'm only gonna go after the Shadow Tree fragment though. But yeah, the field of red flowers, and then below is the field of blue flowers, and then below that, underground, are purple flowers. Once I explore that area, I'll probably try to talk about why that might be. Again, this stupid doesn't work. Alright, got that. Come up here. So these two dragons fight each other, and you have to defeat one of them. Still not sure which is the better strategy to, first to figure out which one I can see. It looks the same. Okay, so it's this one. So you could wait till this one beats the other one, or you can find both at the same time. Well, actually, I'll only be using one of them, so it might help have the distraction.
Warrior true, if ever one there was.
Are you?
A fellow Drake warrior. Egon. Piteous Egon. Do you not remember?
I remember.
Conjure your past.
Oh,
How
you're
once
yourself, okay.
you were. When fear was yet foreign to ye.
Okay. Oh, okay. I accidentally hit that trigger. Good thing I didn't hit him.
Grant me this, take this finger, my scale, the jagged, summon me. My limbs are limbs no more, but a Drake war, and my soul yet lies on the mountain. Prostrate, summon me.
saw how much damage the test thread spears did. I'm curious to see how well that's going to do against Blizzard's axe. And this dragon is tough. And you don't really... You get some smith, like, ancient dragon stones for defeating him. But I'm gonna ignore it. I might come back later. Actually, I might fight him off stream. Just to get the stones, but he's a regular ancient dragon, except you're fighting him in water. And he uses lightning. And he just has a lot of HP and does a lot of damage. As far as his moveset goes, it's not that special. Alright, so the way to Bale is cleared. Mostly. Let's see. Let me go fight Placidusax now. And what I'll do here is use these things. I can actually get the Pearl Drake Talisman +3. In fact, let me do that. So I'll clear the way to Mesmer and then Placidusax, I guess. Because on the way, I'll be able to get that other talisman. And there is a sorcery you can get down there that I don't need. It's one of the thorn sorceries. And this Fire Knight is actually much tougher than the others. He's, I guess, Mesmer's elite guard. But I'll just spam lightning. Yeah, the fact that there's Headless America statues so close to where Mesmer's at kind of tells you all about who's actually beheading the statues. And do I have enough to level up my... Yep, I do. However, this isn't the ideal way to come to the first floor. Jumping down from the back section is better, because you can avoid some enemies. Like the ambush from this guy here. So I'll just have to go down. Come on, come down here. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do that. And is Onspock still here? Yes, he is.
Perhaps I shouldn't, but this is the...
Wow, okay. Good thing I
should have
checked.
expected as much from something simply never... Paralyzing fear. That's Freya through... That's...
Because if I burn down the ceiling tree, so if I progressed too far without doing that, it would have locked me down to the quest line. And the statue that was here rotated. I need to come up from the higher floor, actually. So the way the mesmer is clear, but there's a few items I can grab, including the talisman one. Yeah, I need to come up from a higher floor. I'll try 4th floor, and if that doesn't work, 7th floor. Okay, 4th floor might work. See. Not quite far enough. I can make it though. Just didn't make it that time. For some reason, I guess the B button, not the B button, the circle button, I was holding it down, but it didn't seem to register. Could just be because I was on too narrow of a surface. Maybe if I jump from this, well, there, that time it registered. And as you can see, I jumped further. So yeah, this statue is in a different position than it was last time. And it lets me get this talisman. Wow, okay. Cool, so direct upgrade. There are way too many of these guys. The only real point in having this many enemies, like these many weak enemies, is for Blasphemous Blade. That's the only point here. Because they're too weak to actually do any damage to you, really. I could have come here this whole time. Okay. I just didn't turn right. And I think I've already gotten the Revered Spirit Ash on top of this thing. I think. If not, then let's see. This is on the... I'll double check. This is on the eastern side. Oh, there we go. I think I... Oh, I didn't get it. Okay, good thing I checked. All right. Now let's do stacks. All right. Now that I think about it, I wonder if 6 FP flasks is gonna be enough. Maybe I should have gotten more. We'll see. Unfortunately, there's no stake in America, so if I die and this is not enough, I'll have to come back, you know, from the side of grace, so I'll have an opportunity to reallocate my flask then. But just in case, since Syllabus's quest is done now, I'm not playing the New Game Plus in this file, I have these Starlight shards that I can use if I need to. They restore not HP, but FP over time. It seems there's still some degree of luck when it comes to positioning with this. Like, that one, that last cast didn't do hardly anything wrong. At least not what I was expecting. Okay, and that time did more damage. So there's something here that I just need to figure out when it comes to positioning. Okay, now that's doing better. Didn't have enough time to do anything there. I was waiting to see what he would do. really? Can I do that and then disappear? Whoa, okay. Good. Okay. Is this the big attack? Oh, yeah. I really should have gotten a shield, I guess, for this. But I survived it. But his health is kind of high compared to when he normally does it, so I hope he doesn't do it again. Okay, it's to his side seems like a better position here. There, okay. Nice. Oh. I knew this spell was going to make a difference. Alright. $53,000 is what I need. Okay, nowhere near that. So yeah, let's see. As a reminder for next time, where do I want to start? But that I got a lot accomplished this stream. So I'll expect maybe 1 to 2 more streams to go before I complete this game. But for now, I will go ahead and end the stream for today. Thank you, and I hope to see you tomorrow for another Elden Ring.